Hello everyone and welcome to round 5 of the 140th Anniversary Invitational of the New Jersey State Chess Federation. It's been a pleasure calling in the action this morning with International Master Nico Chasen. I wish he could have joined a little bit longer, but we just have to take every moment of enjoyment that we can. It's cool actually to do commentary with someone else. Sometimes it gets lonely when you're the only one talking for the whole period of time, but I'm not complaining. I was under no circumstance I'm trying to complain here. I just want to say that it was a pleasure calling in the action with him. In the earlier round, we only saw one decisive game, and we'll see what this round will bring, as we don't have anyone anymore with 100%. So we'll have to see how the standings will change, or maybe they will not change after this round. As you guys already know, the New Jersey State Chess Federation was founded in 1885, and it's, until to this day, one of the most active chess federations in the United States, with Wilhelm Steinitz making its home in New Jersey as he switched or traveled across the world to come to America in 1800s. A lot of strong players have visited New Jersey. They are known for the amateur team East, and it's definitely a tournament you want to consider playing in. They usually organize it in Princeton in February, but stay tuned for all the details, and be sure to check out New Jersey State Chess Federation's website. I will put it in the chat shortly, so you get all the details about the tournaments, and then hopefully we'll consider traveling there, bringing your team, and try to fight for the top places. The cool thing about those tournaments is that they also have prizes for, you know, the team under 1800 and amateurs team, and it's an amateur team championship, but it's really cool because you never know whom you might encounter there. Some strong grandmasters have competed because the team's rating average has to be 2200, and you know, you can make it with some top players, maybe some that are not so strong. I want to take a moment to thank the organizers, Mr. Anand, Mishra, and Aaron Kiedes, and everyone who's been a part of the team, of course. Everyone who's making sure that the DGTs are working properly, so that I can get all the moves, and then if something is going on, I'm immediately texting them to make sure I can bring in the latest about the tournament. Now, I know at the current state that we are discussing this, there's also the final round of the US Championship that some people may be watching as well, so if you have to share between us, I don't mind sharing. Hopefully once that final game is over, you will consider staying in, because I think this tournament is has brought some of the strongest in the New Jersey area. So without further ado, let's get into the games. So on board one, we have Grandmaster Alexander Strapunsky against Grandmaster Michael Rode, and looks like they went for, well, Grandmaster Rode went for the Berlin, d3, not accepting to give up the pawn, and bishop c5. Okay. This is certainly h3. It's very nice. Nice played at the right exact moment, right? For those of you who may be familiar with some famous pawn structures, right? Sometimes that, you know, both players can bring in their bishops, and then this is a famous Winter Capablanca pawn structure, but of course we're far from it. Had white played bishop g5, maybe we could have had it, but nope. h3, no pinning allowed. So this way White wants to maintain the position somewhat closed, trading more pieces, and see how black's gonna set up theirs. And since I said I would put in the chat the link, you can see the players who are competing in this tournament. You can check out the New Jersey Stages Federation's page, where of course it takes you directly to the page of this tournament, but if you go on the homepage, you'll be able to find the details for the other tournaments that they are organizing. And then of course the second link that you will see is the link directly to the games, so we can catch up with what is going on. Okay, on board 2 we have had an Alapin Sicilian. Seems to be popular almost in every round. There's a game in this tournament. Finally, I see a line that I believe is one of the best ones against the Alapin, d5, or the most unpleasant ones potentially for white. Attacking the center immediately, and then of course white has the option to take. I've seen people attempting e5, but I probably wouldn't do it in this position because black has not committed with e6, which means the bishop can go out, so we'll have a really great Caro-Kann-ish like position, French Caro-Kann, where the bishop is out. Really great for black. So trades d4, g6, knight f3, bishop g7, and I think this is still theory. Now obviously we cannot just immediately take the pawn, so we'd go for bishop c4, chase the queen away. This other knight will come there to put pressure. Knight takes d4, queen e2. Okay, so Grandmaster Max Delugi, he was the sole 3 out of 3 player. Now he's on 3.5 after drawing Grandmaster Sherpurski in the previous round. And Durabek Kamrakulov is on 2.5. So it seems that they selected a relatively sharpless, can you say sharpless position? Okay, maybe queen c7 followed by bishop g4, placing a rook on the d file. Of course black would love to push these pawns forward a bit, but it will take a bit of time. Following with board 3, Grandmaster Mackenzie Molnar against Grandmaster Andrew Tang chose a Queen's Gambit declined with bishop f4. This is quite popular actually for white against the Queen's Gambit. And now a3. This move I'm not super familiar with. Most people play e3 to protect this pawn. a3 is very interesting of an approach. Maybe making sure there's no bishop b4 though. Or maybe he wants to go c5 and b4 at some point. b6 still no e3. He does not want to play e3 for some reason. Just queen c2, and he's just waiting. He's waiting to see if black was gonna take. Obviously, all these moves black is avoiding the capture. Now, if he does take, then we go e4, and then of course this pawn will be recaptured. Castle, rook d1. If white is able to maintain those pawns in the center, we also have ideas with knight b5, he thinks c7. This is pretty good. And queen c7, queen c2, and this is a current position. So Alexanderman is going for, but it was attempting some Catalan, but it didn't really get into Catalan, I guess. This b5 is kind of a cool idea to meet the fianchetted bishop, because we want to go bishop b7 and just simply, keep them pinned so that the knight doesn't get to e5 anytime soon. It's a nice way when white doesn't play c4. It's a nice way for black to get a bit of space on the queen side. Bishop g2, bishop b7, castle, and h6. Now I'm not sure how I feel about h6 here. I would probably consider bishop e7, castle first, and then at some point Black does want to get the c5 in, maybe with d6, knight d7, c5 to attack the center. H6, queen d3. And now only c4. Interesting. So we are attacking the center this way. It's a pretty interesting approach by white, as he's expecting the capture of the pawn to recapture with this knight, and then white will try to have some control over the e5 square, depending on whether you're gonna play d6 or d5. There could be a bit of pressure. Lastly, Grandmaster Mark Paragua against Oliver Barbosa. So you will see the Philippines flag for both of these players. As far as I know, they're good friends, and they're both originally from the Philippines. Very strong grandmasters both, and coaches. Now, I do not know if they're gonna play it out or go for try to draw. I'm not sure. That I wasn't informed that there would be any kind of I wasn't informed that there would be any kind of draw rules. Like, you know, I'm pretty sure that everyone is able to get a draw pretty much any time of the day that they want. So that's something to keep in mind. All right. One moment. I think US Championship is getting the games from the US Championship, by the way, are finishing up or have finished up. I think everyone got a draw. So Fabiano Caruana and Carissa Ip are the champions, I believe. All right. I do not know if they're gonna play or take a draw in this specific game, my friends. We'll be back. We'll be back with this game. From the 4 games before that, or from the 5 games, is there a particular one that you want me to share or to look at more? This queen e2 is very interesting to me. I guess he wants to... I wonder if he wants to play bishop e3 and trade the bishop, but he doesn't want to take back with the pawn, so he goes queen e2 to trade the bishops there. Also notice he's not in a rush to castle. Something that a lot of people do these days is they're just waiting for the opponent to castle and then they push the g-pawn. I mean, I don't think here to do much, but I think after castle bishop e3 would make a lot of sense, trying to trade the bishops and then, like I said, recapture with the queen potentially. Although I don't see anything wrong with recapturing with a pawn, but recapturing with a queen does make a lot of sense as well. In these kind of pawn structures, black sometimes sets up the pawns like this, in order to control a bit of squares and free up the light square bishop. Especially because bishop g4 is not an option. Bishop a6, bishop b7 would be one. It's still too early to tell what's gonna happen here. Let's see. Okay. All right, so bishop g4. Aggressive choice by or maybe not, by Grandmaster Delugi. I was thinking queen c7. That's what I suggested earlier. I think it would make sense. But bishop g4 is interesting. It just kind of asks a question: are you gonna go back and pin yourself, or where do you move the queen? And maybe since you like, if you move the queen somewhere, then queen c7 will come with tempo in the end, so that would actually make a lot of sense, I would say, probably, right? Queen c7. I wonder if I want to play f3. And then if the bishop go... Oh, okay, this happened. I freaked out. The bishop escaped from the mouse. Taurus, thank you so much for subscribing. I appreciate it. Bishop d7, bishop f g5, f4, e3. I would like to put it here. I don't know if it's the best. It does look nice, no? Bishop f4. Bishop d7 is, I guess it was just attracting f3. At first, I wasn't even thinking of the f3. I just suggested knight f3 and moving the queen, but, you know, you gotta think about it. I mean, it's a move. I want to come back to that game. Okay, so the idea was to try to hold on forever to play the move e3, and he still managed to hold on to it. He's still waiting for this move to happen. Maybe he just wants to play e4 directly. He's just waiting for the move to happen to play it. That could make sense as well. Like, knight d7 maybe is an option. In these kind of pawn structures, black can just slowly develop, be super solid. Knight d7, rook c8. Yeah, rook c8 is always tricky. You have to be on the look for knight b5 and potentially losing a7. But you do have knight d7 and c5 as an idea, and you want to try to trade these pawns. As for the queen, it's tricky with the rook in d1. That's why I think it was kind of nice how White approached the position. I still don't understand why a3 was needed in the position, to tell you the truth. Like, he could have just had the queen in c2, rook in c1 instead, although there's a line with c5, so that could have been something to avoid. Does a3 avoid c5? I don't think so, right? Or maybe it does. Okay, now I understand. So maybe a3 is a move that tries to stop this, because after c5 takes, then we can go b4, chase the bishop away. Or, yeah, no, there's no sacrifices. But this looks so much like a Nimzo Indian, you know? Nimzo Indian, and then, you know, where e3 and e3. And we had something similar. Bishop c2, bishop takes c4, castle. Okay, he preferred to do it this way. I mean, now if black plays c5 here, we can take. Knight takes for sure. I mean, you don't want to take with the pawn. That simply restricts your bishop. I mean, I would love to play this position with white. So you have to take with the knight, and then I take. And now you have to be cautious. So it's easy for people to mess this up, because you want to get your pawn back, of course, but I would probably not take it yet. I would go queen c8. Escaping the pin, threatening to take, and then you can, of course, still take that pawn later. It just takes you a little bit of time. Hi there, Someday. Long time no see. How's it going? So this is the current position. Seven in the house, indeed. So c4, took. Okay. I'm liking Lenderman's position. Bishop b2 coming in. Rook c1, rook e1. Looks good. Not much has changed in this position, which gets me wondering, maybe they are playing seriously. I mean, of course they're playing seriously. I don't want to be misunderstood. I thought they're friends. But friends can play too, you know, there's nothing wrong with playing games, you know. But yeah. Sabina playing sometimes. Sabina is playing sometimes. I haven't played in a long time, I know. Been doing a lot of coaching. And traveling. So as soon as things calm down a little bit, we'll probably be considering to play something soon. At the moment, there's nothing, no plan for me to actually compete anywhere, but I certainly hope to do so. It's been a while. I only played one tournament this year, and it was in June. So I don't know where I'm gonna play, but I'll definitely need to play somewhere soon. Maybe some weekend tournament close to my state, or maybe in Europe. If I'm gonna travel back there, we'll see. You don't need plans for every moment. Plans happen when they happen. That's It's very well said. Very well said. It's thanks someday. Yeah, I have to do a little bit more training before competing in my next tournament because I haven't done enough. And now I'm just recovering from being sick, so hopefully I can get in after this week I'll be a bit more chill. That once this week finishes, so next one I should be more chill and be able to get back into a routine. When you travel a lot, it's hard to keep up with everything, and if you haven't been able to build up a good routine, you keep staying behind on things, and you keep trying to recover, and you keep trying to, come back from whatever you didn't do or you delayed, and yeah, that is a problem. So I'm trying to find a way to get into some kind of a routine, but this sickness was not expected. This was very. I mean, I'm feeling much better. 2 days ago, when I started commenting on the tournament, I still had some fever. Now it's just my voice. Thank goodness. Thanks, Source. So what do we think will be the plan for white here? A3, B4, or... Although A5 is a move that I suggested a black should play. Knight C4 is nice. As a move, A4, Knight C4. I guess he could put all his pawns on white, or I could put the pawns like this. Castle, Bishop B2. King H1, move the knight in F4. I mean, it could be some kind of idea like that we could focus on, I guess. It's still too early to tell. As for black, I would definitely, like, if a bishop is in B2, I would definitely consider F6 to keep it restricted fully. And where to put this bishop is the question. I mean, if we go A5, B6, we can definitely put the bishop in A6. Get this bishop to B4, maybe. It's not so simple. I was thinking to just develop that bishop first. Like, I see what he might want to do. Key8. Maybe he's trying to bring the knight to G6 and bring it on this side of the board. He can also do a rook lift. That could be a nice idea. Christian, you mean Christian Kirilla? Whatever happened to him? I haven't seen him doing commentary for a while. Bishop F4. Rook E1, Rook D1 certainly will happen here for white. Yeah, Bishop E5 was necessary, right? Because E5 was getting very unpleasant, and Knight H5 ideas. Here we can just trade. If the knight moves, we'll trade the bishops. Rook c8 is interesting. But we don't care. Just retreat. I like that the bishop actually stayed on the diagonal because it will stop queen c7, which is usually the place you want to put your queen. Or, okay, maybe b6 too, but... Maybe black should play a5. A5 is a bit unpleasant now, right? Should we go a4 if black plays a5? I feel like it could help. No change. Try to change the camera, but it looks like there's no change. Okay. White is slightly better. I can't tell. Rook d1 maybe. Should we go a4? Or rook d1? If we go a4, then the problem with queen b6 is going to be putting pressure on the bishop, and the pawn in b2 is not going to be so easy. Thanks, Taurus. Appreciate you. Rook d1, e4, bishop c2. Oh, actually, queen b6 was played. If you can open the off file, yeah, that would be nice. But okay, that's gonna be kind of difficult. Although we can play a 4 f5. Do you think, would you want to play a 4 f5? Well, we can always play a now, leaving g4. You don't wanna. But I mean, now we can move the queen if there's bishop g4 again. We can move the queen. a4. He played it like that. Well, now the thing is that if white gets, oopsie, if white gets this and this, then that's gonna be an issue. But we shouldn't let them get that. We can play a5. I necessarily think black needs to play a5 to stop e4. I don't know if I would want to play. If this is maybe what white wants, to attract black to play here so that they get that square. So in a way, I'm debating if that's really necessary. Maybe we can just go like rook c8. And if we go a5, queen c5. I think this position is fine. And when I say fine, I mean like balanced. Oh, king h1 was... Rook c8 was played. No a5. King h1. Okay, just wanted to be away of the pin, I guess. It's a nice prophylactic kind of idea, just putting the king on the safety square, you know. Makes sense, I think. I'd say it makes sense. Okay, we had a few more moves here. It's still not e3. Okay, so it's kind of nice to see. So white kept delaying the push of the e-pawn because he really wanted to get this e4 in. So he ended up just, you know, getting just e4 directly, no e3, just e4 directly. Makes sense. All right. And now h4 is played, h6, and this is the current position. So Grandmaster Mackenzie Molnar tends to be a more aggressive attacking player, and he didn't quite get any attacking game so far. And his score is not, you know, he had one loss and 3 draws, but I think he probably escaped this morning. He got a bit lucky this morning escaping with Grandmaster John Fedorovich, because his position was, you know, a bit tough, as I was discussing with Nico earlier. h6 is inviting these kind of ideas later, or knight g5. So, and it's actually also interesting that Grandmaster Andrew Tang has spent that well, it wasn't that much time, I guess, on this move, 8 minutes. And this move doesn't really stop knight g5 though. I think this is still an option. I don't think you can take, right? Because, like, I don't know where you move the knight, but basically white still has the ability to bring in their queen, and any f-pawn push later will be met with g6 and then mates. So, yeah. h6 is not really stopping stuff. Also, ideas for white with h4, which we often forget about, are a rook h3, rook g3, you know? Just kind of putting pressure on the g file and such. I mean, we're not in a huge rush to castle. We did give up a pawn, that's true. We gave up that pawn, but we can try to hold on the king in the center if need be. We can go bishop e2, king f1, and just kind of hide there, you know. Okay, what else is here? Yeah, rook h3 is nice. Okay. Okay, I was expecting a bishop to go to b2, and now I'm a bit surprised by this one. Not b2, huh? f4 instead. Restricting black on this diagonal. Maybe he's trying to attract this move, because then of course he would love to take, and black's pawn structure is inferior. We can put the knight in e5, rook c1, you know, come back to put pressure. Bishop f4 is definitely interesting. Yeah. Cool, I still love chess? What do you mean? You don't love chess anymore? What do you mean, cool, I still love chess? What's going on someday? What is going on? Oh, the way I explain. Oh, I see. Okay. I see. Yeah, no, I mean, there are things that that we wanna do in it with enjoyment, not enjoyment. Goodness. Castle. No, I'm telling you, I thought these two guys were they're friends. Okay. Sorry for being presumptuous. If I see g4 here, then I know Grandmaster Mark Parago is going for a win. If g4 is played. Now, he has 2.5, and then Grandmaster Oliver Barbosa has only 2, like getting all draws. So I do not, I mean, they're both fighting. If I see g4, I know he's playing. Do you guys want to guess? Is he gonna play g4? Is he gonna go that aggressive, or what to expect? Nobody's saying anything. You're waiting. You're waiting on that move. Okay, bishop e3, yeah. So I guess this has happened in the end. That's... Oh. Oh, I guess the DGT got fixed here. Castle. Bishop e3. Makes sense. It does make sense. Queen c5. Just chasing the bishop away. But what is a good plan for black here? Because we want this bishop gone. If this bishop is gone, then black will start getting some, you know, advancement with his pawns. That would make some sense. Maybe we can go knight. Can't go knight. Can we go knight h5? Hi, Kukula, welcome. This is what I was thinking for black. Now, I don't know how to advance further after this, but probably if the knight goes back, bishop here, try to trade, get the knight f5 and so on, and we'll have knight versus bishop. There's no nice outpost, but it would be some kind of a nice way to improve. It will be kind of a nice way to try to improve, I think. Is not e5 a move to deal with in that position after g4? Wait, I didn't even read that comment. But maybe you're right. Yeah, potentially. Potentially you're right in that position. He played knight g5. He played knight g5. So he pretended he doesn't care. He pretended he doesn't care about h6. I mean, I told you that that can happen, but I guess he definitely went for it. So capture takes. Now, the only issue with these kind of positions is that, okay, your knight will stay there hanging, so the opponent will obviously not take it. And once they do take it, then what do you do? You're gonna be ready to mate him, right? I mean, that's basically what you will do. So, g6 is so bad. G6 here? Definitely. I think probably here. I'm not even sure if I take that. Maybe I go e5. And then I take here. This is gonna be scary. Yeah. No, not g6. And maybe knight e8 to try to get rid of the knight. If you're trying to get rid of it. But I wonder if you do move the knight, then maybe I can play e5, because then you don't have a, you know, knight that can go in the center. So it's exactly what I would have wanted, I think. This is getting unpleasant. I feel like black wants to kind of get the knight in a fage if he could just switch between those two pieces. I guess here he has to take, right? Because g6, I can sack again. So I guess it's not so easy. He has to take. And maybe g6 now. Because this also restricts the queen from coming to h5, so that takes a little bit of time. So I was saying 98? Oh, wait, but what about this one? Like, this one has been hanging for a while, hasn't it? Well, no, it wasn't hanging for a while. Okay, now it is hanging. Okay. Alright, I thought I missed it. I thought I just missed it. Maybe we just take... We can just take the freebie, you know? That would be like a nice thing to keep in mind, you know? Yeah. Okay. This game is gonna be spicy. I feel it. I feel this game is gonna be spicy. So we'll come back to it. This one is... not bad for white. White's gotten a really good position out of that opening. Bishop pair, still center. I don't think you can take. I mean, you're gonna stay pinned all over. Does this thing work? I just want to take. I'm not even gonna trade rooks. No, why? Why would I do it? There's no need to. Queen takes. Bishop d6. I mean, this is looking good for white, you know? Black is behind the development. Something's up with this. Lendeman has dropped some rating indeed, yeah. It's a bit unpleasant, but he's still very strong. He's still very strong. I must have struggled. He's been doing a lot of coaching. But this position looks good. I feel like he can. Although in this tournament, how is he doing with the rating? +6. It's hard once you are, once you're out up there with K10. Okay, of course, a lot of the players do grow with K10. But if you're having some tough times and you keep playing and you keep losing, it's hard. I gotta say, in the United States, with a lot of the tournaments only being only being USCF rated, a lot of the kids have high USCF ratings but low Kiedes. So some draws with someone who has a similar USCF as you, or well, I don't know how he lost the rating. I haven't kept up with all of his tournaments, but like you play some kids who are low rated. um you don't know what to expect, um because their USCF is higher and their Cruz, sorry, I'm not playing, I'm doing commentary right now. I'm sure you would. That's why I'm scared and I don't play. I guess there was no G4, so they just kind of decided to do this. So there's no G4. I was really wondering if G4 is gonna be played. I'm not sure if like now or after the castle. I mean, now G4 could work too, I think, and then like King H1 Rook G1 can still play it. It can still attack. Language, please, Cruz. Language. Queen D7. Here. We can still have a plan with F3 G4, I would say. Although, without the knight in F3, this can happen. No, he didn't go G4, no. He didn't go G4. So this is the 140th anniversary of the New Jersey State Chess Federation. So they've been organizing events in New Jersey since 1885, and for this anniversary they are organizing a round-robin tournament, and 10 grandmasters are competing one another. No, Magnus is not playing. Magnus kind of retired from classical chess. He might just join this new complete world championship thing potentially, but yeah. So this is happening in the United States, and all these grandmasters that you see are living in New Jersey, New York area. Do you enjoy watching people who aren't the best? Wow. Yes, you can learn from anyone who's better than you. There's a lot to learn from, even from people who are less strong than you. You can still learn things, because it's we don't all know the same. You know what my grandma always says, and I agree with her: we learn our entire life, and we still die stupid. And I think she's right, because there's just so much amount of information out there that we cannot just grasp. We can't get to know everything. Obviously it's a metaphor. She doesn't actually mean stupid, but like, just the idea of the humongous amount of things that we can learn, it's huge. Plus these guys are grandmasters, and though their ratings that you see here right now are relatively low compared to what you'd see to grandmaster, they were legendary at the time that they were at their peak. Right now a lot of them happen to be coaches too. Some of them are younger, like for example Grandmaster Andrew Tong. Mackenzie Molnar are younger. They are still playing competitively, maybe still have hopes of getting maybe 2700. I understand Andrew Tang is trying to get that while still having a full-time job, having graduating Princeton. I think it's someone that you can look up to. You only watch the best? I understand. Okay, well, I'm not sure if you're on the right channel then. I'm not one of the best streamers. So maybe, maybe you came to the wrong channel. What can I say? You hate long games? Okay. Well, these are long games. Well, I'm not playing right now, so maybe another time. Maybe if you stop by another time, maybe we can play, but at this point, I'm not playing. Take care. All right, so A3. Another plan that White can have in these kind of positions is to even F4. Like, I know it's not ideal, but what we're trying to get is restrict Black from playing E5 themselves, and then we can play, these ideas with G4, G5, and try to get space, because it's a super symmetrical position. So if you're trying to really get something out of it, you need to find a way to break through. But A3 looks a bit more cautious, but he is potentially prepping up some B4, B5 stuff. Knight A5. I was thinking Knight A5. We just need to make sure that there's nothing happening here, like this move. Knight D5, Queen D5, E4. Queen D4, Bishop takes. We've done some trades, and in whose favor is this in? I don't know. I don't think it's in our favor much here, this position. Something else we can do, and we've seen a couple of games, was this idea with Bishop E1. The Bishop can go on the other side. Of course, we're avoiding Knight B3 coming in with tempo. And then, like, maybe Rook C2, F3, Bishop H4, Rook... Well, depends if you put the Knight in B3 or not. We can try to find a way to put pressure, I guess. I'm good at finding plans. I try. I try. I think that's the toughest part in chess. To find the right plan. I don't think it's hard to find a plan. Finding the right plan in the position and deciding which is better from two, that's the hardest part, I think. Because, I mean, there's a lot of different ideas possible, and if you've seen a lot of games, I always tell people to make sure you spend time to understand the different options in every position. And to do that, you need to watch stuff. Like, if you've never seen a game, how are you gonna know? If you've never seen a tactic, how are you gonna find it? I mean, maybe you will somehow if you're having this brilliant mind and such, but it's not so easy. So I always recommend, spending time to try to understand these ideas, um, and watch more games, watch more games to come up with those plans, and then you know, I'm not saying they're good. It's just plans. Could be good, could be not good. Yeah, rook. We could also try. Actually, here we could try. You know what? We could try rook d1, bishop e1. But okay, if knight a5 is played, we don't have time. But if we had time, maybe we could also do this, and this, right? So at least, like, if we don't want to push the f pawn, and we just want to hold on there and just actually go with e4. Another one. Another plan. Oh, don't remind me. I'm not sure I have plans in my own life. I'm not sure I have plans. Maybe I do. Okay, let's... Ooh. We've had a couple of changes in this game. So he did play b6 in the end. And we didn't play a4 yet. Maybe he doesn't care about it. I have plans in my life. I don't know what I'm doing with my life sometimes. I'm only taking a day at a time at this point. We all have struggles, unfortunately. No, this is powerful. Bishop f8, rook e8, bishop f8, c5. Like this has been powerful because now d4 is gonna be hard to support because there's a pressure there. Right? Do we leave the knight in f3? No, I don't think so. I think we have to try to get f4 in. Knight h2 g4. But what's the knight doing in g4? It's not doing that much, is it? I wonder if the knight in c4 needs to be re-brought somewhere. We can't trade anything. We need to, yeah, we need, maybe knight h2 is fine, but then I feel like f4 is the move we need to try to play. Although we don't want to open up too much, but if we don't play f4, I don't see how things would end. Rook e1, okay. So is he trying to get the knight like this? Or well, through h2, f1, g3? He's not doing that much. I wonder if he's trying to take the approach of Grandmaster Paragua, where he didn't do that much in the opening, and then Grandmaster Road spent more time. This is the first time I've seen Grandmaster Road with more time. I wonder if he listened to my stream. He was like, Sabina said too many times then. I'm just kidding, but like... I have a new idea. Maybe h4, h5? And then ag5. Maybe that's what we can do. Let's go h4. Can he take it? Not yet, right? So this is a moment to play it then. Yeah. Because he can't take it because we take here, right? Yeah. This looks like potentially at least some kind of plan for for white. Because I'm not seeing a clear plan here for white. But h4 looks nice. And maybe even g4 ideas later, and trying to get some space because the position is blockaded. I mean, the thing is, after h5 he can play knight f4, so I don't think we are, you know, that worried about e5. Black can wait for h5 to go knight f4, you know, because you have to give out the bishop for it. That's why this knight here is kind of unpleasant. I don't know if we want h4, h5, or if we just want, you know, or maybe he should play g3 first to not allow knight f. Oh, he played g3. Okay, never mind. He's trying to stop knight f4, and then I feel like h4 could be the follow up here to try to give himself some kind of play. And he can always go king g2. Now he has to be careful though, because in such positions when you go h4, if the queen is, for example, in d7 or something, he can go to g4, right? It gives a square. It allows some kind of knight f4 anyways, sacking the knight, bringing in the queen. Look at that. So that's what I was fearing, basically, you know. And also, you know, black, now the g3 was played, that's why I was gonna play h4 first, and maybe it was wiser. Because now, what about f5 idea for black? Black can try to play f5, and I think this is gonna be kind of unpleasant on the diagonal. If he gets to play f5. Yeah, this is gonna be a very unpleasant. Because I'm not a fan of this. I'm not a fan at all. And now I don't see how to stop f5. I think actually f5 is happening because you need to protect h3 with h4 or king g2. Or king h2, okay. Maybe not king g2, you don't want to put yourself right now on that diagonal. Play g4? No, then there's knight f4, I think, right? Like immediately, potentially. Ah, but then this pawn will be weak. Wait a second. I don't know. You think? And what about rook d8 and threatening some b5, chase you away and try to win the pawn? No, I don't think, no. No, that would be too much. Playing g3 and then g4 now. It just gives too many holes. It gives too many holes in the position. This is kind of wise. I hope Grandmaster Road is gonna get a point or half a point at some point, because it's tough. He started with 4 defeats, is finally doing better in the position and on time. Sorry, so I certainly hope he's coming back in that game. We've had some developments in this game. Bishop takes g7, f4, back, rook d1. And now queen f2. Actually kind of nice, because now... I thought I wanted to play a 5. I guess he never had the chance to. Could he have played it? No. Could he have played it now? No, I think black can just take it. Yeah, he would take it. Queen f2. I'm not sure what he wants to do with queen f2. Maybe rook e5 at some point. Has to be careful about these ideas. Oh, oops. Oopsie daisy, sorry. Sorry, my friends. Did not mean to blunder that thing. Did not mean to blunder that. Yeah. Uh-oh. I'm feeling a decisive games over here. Wait, he took on the spot? He's like, I'm not scared of this? No, but that, I mean, this is typical. Queen e3 or queen f3, queen h3. This is the way it goes, man. What did you do? Why he's not scared? I'm confused. Queen f3, king g7? Is that how he plans on defending? Or is knight takes g5 an option? I'm confused. I mean, I don't think there's a difference between these two moves, but yeah. Queen e3 or, yeah. No, this is check immediately. Maybe queen e3 because now I'm seeing this. I have this thing, which is more unpleasant, basically. So queen e3, I think, has to happen. But he also has this idea to keep in mind that gives him some material back. Right now, fully piece down. Piece down right now, but, you know, anything is possible. I think this game is scary. Not much has happened in this one. So after rook takes c4, d5 was played. Okay, rook c1, and I really liked white's position here. I don't know if rook c1 is necessarily... Ah, rook c2, knight b4. Okay, fine. Rook c1, knight d7. Bishop e3, okay. Keeping the pressure. Making you try to take, because, you know, takes is certainly going to help out white in this position. There could be sacrifices too in the center. And last but not least, not much has changed here. Just both players are spending a lot of time thinking. Which, okay, I thought they would draw. Apologies for being presumptuous on that game. Okay, so h4 was played in the end. Okay. So will we see f5 is the question. Or does it not work yet because of h5? f5, h5, knight. Do I have time to take? No, because this is a double attack. So you're losing a piece now. You can't escape with both pieces from the attack. h5, knight h8. And then we can take... Okay, I'm not liking this. Okay, h4 needs to be met with something different. Originally, I was saying queen g4, but I haven't decided yet how I feel about the trades of the queens. If I want to trade or not. I feel like the trade of the queens should be fine in this position. For white. Because, you know, with that bishop on the diagonal, it's very scary to meet f5 if that diagonal opens up with the queens on the board. So probably after h4, black doesn't necessarily need to bring in the queen. But okay, if he doesn't bring in the queen, h5 is a threat, deflecting the knight and take the pawn. So he has to play f6. And then h5 should be met with knight h8, f7, I think. Which is quite typical from a, you know, the King's Indian kind of position. It is very typical to be played, certainly. So, yeah, I mean, That can be something that we see. H5. Yeah. So F5 was scary, but I guess not so scary. And H4 stops it. Like, now that I know the queen trade is fine, I'm not so scared for white anymore, but at least black is doing better with time, so that is good. Alright, not much change in this position. Still still a game. Bishop c6 is certainly something black wants to do. That is the worst place piece that needs improvement. And black has to be mindful. I think the reason he played queen b6 is to play bishop c6, because if he plays it directly, like I blundered earlier, knight takes e6, discover, check. At least I think so, right? Check. There's bishop takes g2 in the end, but material-wise, yeah, you're staying with down rook or bishop, maybe rook to trade another pair of pieces. And now we're up a pawn. It's definitely good for white. Yeah, queen b6 is good. We're still waiting for Mac to think about in this position. You did? Okay. He had relatives in North Carolina, or did you guys live somewhere else before? I didn't know they had family in North Carolina. Interesting. Okay. Cool. Why did Alexander Linderman trade queens? Wasn't he better in this position? Why trade queens? Black's king is still in the center. Yeah, why trade queens, I wonder? I feel like that's not the right approach. I mean, obviously he's gonna play on the game and such, but is he really better without a queens on the board? I thought the whole advantage of whites was the fact that black's king is still in the center, not castled yet, no prospect of castling yet. Like, we could try even bishop e3. I don't know how I feel about that move. Actually, to tell the truth, I would have liked this move too, even, because, like, you know, controlling d5, if you go d5 now, then I think I can take. And then, okay, that's hanging, there's knight e5 too. That's different. But trading queens here, I don't know if I still like the... I mean, I wouldn't say the white is advantageous anymore, you know, like bishop e7, maybe castle, bring the rook in. Seems fine. And lastly, this one. Okay, still not much has happened, but Grandmaster Barbosa spent quite a bit of time in this game, trying to figure things out. What position would you guys want me to leave you with? I feel like I should take a slight break, a small break. Um, any specific game you guys felt was more? I think the more interesting one of all is this one. Oh, it's close to 1 a.m. Okay. Well, it was great to see you someday, long time. Um, as you saw, I still have your thing on my channel. I gotta change it because there's no more COVID anymore. I feel like I need to change that picture, the whole thing. I need to work on my so many things, so many things. But it's great to have seen you someday. Hope you'll be back soon, streaming this entire tournament. Every day 2 rounds. So tomorrow's also 2 rounds, 12:30 and 6 p.m. Eastern time, and Sunday 10:30 and a.m. and 4 p.m. Eastern time for the final 4 rounds of this event. So if you at any point today have to leave, don't forget to join me in the next 2 days for final commentary of this. And who knows, maybe there'll be special guests again. I don't know. Nico was totally last minute, like literally after I went live, I found out that he could join. So it was really cool to have him this morning. And for all of you who are here, want to check the videos, you should be able to see them on my channel. I made them available, whether you subscribed to my channel or not. And I'm finishing up the YouTube thumbnail thingy, so they will be posted on my YouTube channel too, so you can go back and catch up some of the analysis. I appreciate all of you guys' support and for being here. I know it's sometimes it's not as exciting. Some of the games are not as exciting, but we try to find cool creative ideas no matter the position. At least I try. I try. That's the best I can do. So as I take my short break, I'm gonna leave you guys with this position between Mackenzie Molnar and Andrew, and cutting the mic and the camera as usual, and then yeah, you will see me you will see me after the break. Stay close. I'm back. I'm back, and nothing happened in this game. That is really surprising. Still thinking. Still thinking. Wait. No, there were a couple of moves. Queen g4, king g7. Okay, not much. Not much. I was expecting a bit more. Oh, there was a draw on board 5. Okay, I anticipated that. I just thought it would finish a bit earlier. Okay, there's a TGT error. It's probably not the way things really happen, but yeah, they traded in c6 and they agreed on a draw. Okay, this makes sense. But we have 4 games remaining, and the one I left you with is definitely the most, I thought the most scary one, the one that could potentially lead to something dangerous. Here we left off after h4. Looks like queen g4 was played and knight g5. I was thinking knight h2 personally to trade queens. I mean, same idea, trading queens, get these queens off. When you get the queens off the board, it's actually quite helpful, because you know, black has the bishop pair, and this diagonal gets unpleasant. As I was mentioning, f5 is an unpleasant idea to deal with, but at least like this, you know, we know what we are expecting. But then knight g5, h5, king h2, and here queen takes e2. Yeah, that certainly makes a lot of sense. And how do we feel about this position? I mean, certainly black is better, but white should not be that worried, because, you know, queens are off the board, so definitely not much attack. D3 is a weakness. This is going to be something to be worried about with pressuring, but other than that, I don't anticipate too much worry. I'm unhappy with Grandmaster Michael Rhodes' time again. It was higher. It was higher when I left, so he must have spent quite a bit of time making the decision to trade queens. Maybe he was trying to find ways not to trade them, which that would make sense. But okay. All right, moving on to the next game. We've had some development, quite a bit of development. So I was saying rook e5 was something that white wanted, and it seems that he did in fact play it. And here it's actually quite nice, because obviously you can't take as pawn takes, and you're going to be crushed on the f file. You cannot afford to open white's f file. That's definitely what they wanted. I mean, that's why they played f4. They wanted f5, but that wasn't allowed. But now rook e5 is definitely preparing some threats, with threatening potentially to take, and then knight takes e6, and then the queen would be hanging. So, you know, I don't think this would work, right? Because takes and this, unless you have an in-between move like knight e4. You're lucky you have knight e4. I don't have time to take because a knight takes f2. Okay, so you have knight e4. So I'm not really threatening it because you have knight e4 potentially. But black wanted to be cautious, so he went for rook c8, queen h4, and now the queen retreats to protect f6, and there we have it. Okay, this position is pretty comfortable for white. To see some kind of attacking ideas, we still need time. I would love to do something like this, maybe to attract h6 and consider some sacrifices. I mean, that could be potentially a threat if you're doing some random move like this, like knight here maybe, unless I can open things faster with knight f5 now. 96, it looks, oh, bishop, look at this beauty. Bishop takes e6, and you can't take. I mean, you can, but look at this beautiful idea for white. It's certainly unpleasant. It's certainly unpleasant, yeah. So rook d1 is what happened here, and now white's got threats. So maybe you need to move the queen from the d file, or else bishop takes e6 is a serious threat. Something you need to be very worried about. I'm not kidding. That is a genuine concern. Bishop takes e6. It just kind of comes out of nowhere. You're not expecting that to happen, but it does. In the end, everything falls apart. Okay. So we're still waiting for a move in this game, but when we look at this idea earlier, I thought bishop e5 was going to be the follow-up for white. We don't have time for queen h4 because the rook h8, or maybe we do. Queen h6, king g8, and this gets stuck, and then bishop f8, queen f8 coming in for the defense. You see, is he came a bit differently than I would have expected, but okay. What about bishop? When do we play bishop e5? Do we go queen h4 and bishop e5, or do we go bishop e5 directly is the question. Which one of those is more unpleasant to meet? What would you guys say? F6, right? Now what? If I take knight, so queen h6. Has to go king f7, or else this is hanging. Now what? takes. He can't take with the knight. He has to take with the bishop. And now I don't know. We're still down a piece, and I'm not seeing immediately something. I would love some rook f3, rook h3, rook f3. But it's too slow now. I think it's threatening some knight g5. So maybe I need to move the queen. Queen f4. How do we assess this position is the question. I mean, it's not that easy to really get our material back. But we still have this idea, which, I mean, he had it earlier if he had played queen g3, but he ended up going queen to queen g4, which somehow, you know, was different than what I envisioned at first. Maybe we can go bishop e5 directly. Oops, sorry. Bishop e5. He has to play f6, king g8, we can just take in h7. I mean, I should show that line. It's kind of a cute mate. Or maybe we can make it more forcing by just going queen h4. Yeah, this is definitely more forcing. Because maybe rook h7 he doesn't need to take. But anyways, like, remember, if you have a bishop there, you're crushing it. So bishop e5, f6. Now this is kind of hanging, but we can't take it yet. Can go queen h3 or queen h4. Oh, here, wait, he can take and king f7. No, 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 no. Okay, but if I go here, he can't take as I take, right? And then if he takes, I take. I wait. Taking f7. Check, check, check. Ah, found it. Can't go there because they take check queen, and if you go to f7, rook h8. Or rook h7. Even better. GG. Okay, so bishop e5, this. Sorry, I was saying queen h4. They can go this. It is a good position to calculate this. Ooh, we have a result, my friends. Where is it? He's up a pawn and he resigned? I don't think I was waiting for one. What happened? I thought the position was equal now that the queens are off the board. Oh, he lost the pawn. He lost this pawn, I think? He's losing that pawn, and that's why he resigned. He's losing a pawn. Oh, man. That's sad. It says knight a7 was a mistake. G5 was the best. Well, this is out of nowhere, this G5. I would not have thought of this. The computer analyzed the game, so it shows me G5 was the best. The best move here. Mom. So the idea is we're starting g4 and grabbing this, potentially. So if we play a move like h3, maybe even h5 to do the same thing. Okay, this is deep. And I guess you don't have time for this because, of course, g4 and you're losing the pawn. And if we take... Should we play g4? Because I'm not sure where this knight is going. These squares are controlled. You have to go to e1, and this blocks the rook from coming into play, and then that pawn will be recaptured. Even knight here is unpleasant. Maybe I'll recapture the pawn in e2. Oh, yeah. This is not... Wow. Okay, this was a tough one for John the Fed. He has no way of covering a6. The pawn just falls. This is unpleasant. Rook c1. Here? Just drops the rook. Or which moment rook c1? After g5? Rook c1? No, after rook c1 there's g4. g4, chase the knight away first, and then we take. That's the problem. That is a relatively big problem. Yeah, tough loss for black. Okay, Grandmaster Mackenzie is still thinking. How much time? He's been thinking for 30 minutes almost in this position. Oh, that thing happened. It just was a bit different because the rook moved away. No, it was working earlier. Wait. So he did go queen c7, as you can see. You guys remember after some random move of black's, this was such a gorgeous idea. Because, you know, triple attack, you're pinned all over, and you can't escape this. So he did escape with the queen, and looks like white's just simply putting pressure. And now you went for bishop e6, but does this still work? I don't think it works in the same fashion, obviously. Like, we should take back, and then he wants to take with the rook, I presume, so that at the end he has knight takes, so of course we cannot take. So he gave up the bishop for 2 pawns. Is that enough? He's threatening rook e7. He's threatening some f5. Actually, how do we stop rook e7? Can I go here? No, rook e7 anyways. That's a mate. Okay, you can sack the queen, sure. How's black defending here, my friends? I don't see a way to stop rook e7. If someone sees it, please. Please let me know. Okay, f e6 was played. So rook takes e6 is the next move. We're waiting for it. Rook e6. Everything is happening. Okay, so the threat is rook e7. Knight is hanging. Only knight g8. Is there a difference if he goes knight g8 compared to knight d5? Because he has king of fate, I guess, and these squares are covered. I guess that's the only defense that I'm seeing here. Okay, we have 2 pawns for the piece, and we're trying to find a way to get more. I want to play f5, but he just takes it with the bishop. 96, he just takes. He wants to take the rook in e7 now. If I go rook e8, he takes with the queen, of course. Like, this allows 96, and I think it's mate. With my favorite move, GG. G4, GG. But bishop e8 is not forcing. Oh, he played it. Okay. Alright, so that must be the only defense. Queen takes, check. Of course, now king takes should be fine, and we have queen and 2 pawns for 2 rooks and a bishop. If you think evaluation-wise, I mean, yeah. It makes sense. This is gonna be equal. So there's something else here after knight g8, or no? He wants to trade queen, so obviously we want to try to avoid that if we can. But how do we do it? Can we do this queen h7, or he's just gonna take the rook? He just takes the rook, and then that's about it. And that is about it. Oh, we got some developments here. So after king g7 and 30-something minutes of thought, Grandmaster Muller went for the check. And now he took. We were considering queen h4 in our analysis. Knight takes, knight b5. Okay, so he couldn't find anything better, so he went for the pawn. That makes sense. He's going for a 4c7. There's this pawn hanging as well, this pawn hanging now too, so he should have more than enough material, I think, for the knight. Should be more than enough. But nothing too spicy. I mean, once the time goes down more, maybe we'll see something. Whatever happened here? So black is maintaining the pressure on d3, no breaks for white. I'm not happy with that bishop, but maybe he's considering some g6. Knight g8, bishop h6? I mean, it might be too much, but I would love that bishop to be traded. It's not customary to keep a closed bishop like that, so we don't wanna keep it like that. Yeah. And not much else. Do you guys have any questions about anything in particular? Concerns? Requests for a game to discuss more? Any of the positions? I guess not. How much should black worry about this? Is this necessary? Like, which one of those pawns is more important to be worried about is the question. c7, c4, or a6? Maybe I just take in c4 now, since bishop takes c4. I think white's close to being winning here. I could be wrong. Let's check. What does the engine say? Plus 3.8. So what? It's already plus 3.8 here? No, here's equal. So 97. Okay, let's try to figure out what's going on here. Bishop is attacked. So presumably we don't have time for this because knight takes, pawn takes, and then they just take the queen. That's basically what they want. So trying to get rid of the bishop, that pins the knight. So we need to move the queen or take an f6 or... So where can we move it? Probably g5. I still maintain this check, but then I don't have this. Can I take this? I have no threat. There's so many options here for both sides, and they're getting low on time. They won't be able to calculate everything, I think. I mean, I presume. Could be wrong. '97 was played. Yeah, he understood it's very important to get rid of. Because I was thinking to defend c7, first instinct, bad. This is a dynamic position, and dynamic positions, if you don't have a good gut on how to deal with the threats, it can be difficult, right? So basically here, you need to be mindful about the bishop in e5, which is very unpleasant, very active and everything. And if you get rid of that, you get rid of the queen. And he immediately realized that, Grandmaster Andrew Tang, and that helps. That definitely helps. I was saying queen g5. Where else? Can we take an e4? Do we take here or here? Maybe here, because I'm threatening here and here. So he can defend. Bishop takes c4, maybe. Ah, this is always 95. I keep forgetting about this 95. Gosh. This is not easy. It's not easy at all. He did not go for queen g5, he went for queen f4. So I guess he wants to maintain the pressure in c7 and have queen h6 in the same time. Maybe not say... He's not staying on this pin, but he's staying on this one, so on discovery. It's one or the other. Yeah. Okay, so we've seen rook e7, king f8, and he went for the winning. He won the queen and this position, but I don't know if he can get more than equality here. It's very hard. Okay, queen and knight in attack are supposed to be pretty good, right? But black has a bishop and two rooks for queen and how many pawns? 3 pawns. Is that sufficient? I don't know. I'm not sure if it's sufficient. Also, can I take this pawn? Yeah, this game could end in a draw, potentially with some repetition, unless white overpushes. And here, I haven't had much success in trading the dark square bishops. I guess he didn't want to trade. He went for knight c6. Interesting. Mm-hmm. Who's gonna break through first, and where? We have these two breaks for white, those two breaks for black. B5, is not gonna happen because this weekend C5. So, who's gonna break first? Yes, Danya was certainly one of the kindest souls out there, and it's tragic. His passing is tragic. I've talked about it a bit the past couple of days. It's not easy for many people who got to know him. He was very loved. I hope he knew that. Earlier today, I did a commentary with another one of his students, International Master Nico Chasen, and he was mentioning how important he was to him as a coach. Thanks. I don't think there's anyone who actually met Danya who didn't think greatly of him, you know. It was he was too kind. A lot of these players playing in this tournament, I know, were, I don't know if they were close to him, but they were definitely they had met one way or another. Andrew Tang was, I believe, a close friend with Danya, and must have been tough for him to have to play this tournament and not be able to go for the funeral in California, which I understand was yesterday. No, I mean, I think it is very important, you know, to remind ourselves to be kind, and you know, he was very kind and generous and very knowledgeable, so you know, just it's important to try to find a way to keep his legacy alive. I wasn't that close to him, but I've met him on many occasions, and he was always very kind. I've cried too, although I wasn't, like I said. The fact that, you know, I was we were teaching together in a camp in Castle last year, and you know, he was playing everyone, blitz against everyone, and of course mostly winning. And I was often watching, but I never asked to play. And I'm not the kind to ask to play. And he did ask me himself. He was like, "Do you want to play, Sabina?" And I was like, "Yeah, but can you give me odds?" I I I knew how strong he was, and I tried to have a chance. And he gave me odds. He had a minute, and I had three. I think that's how we played it, or two, 5-2. I forgot if it was 5-2 or 3-1. I didn't record or take any pictures or anything. Just try to enjoy the ability to be able to play against him. Because knowing how often he would play against Magnus and so many other strong players, and he was so great. And yeah, of course I lost most of my games despite my extra time. Maybe I actually helped him because he had less time. He didn't need it anyways. But I had one good one and he liked it. I surprised him with a tactic he did not see coming. And he graciously resigned. I'll never forget that. He was very kind, and might have gotten mad with some of the other guys, but not with me. It's like, it was so good. I didn't even see, where did that come from. I'll never forget that. Proud moment. One of my proud moments. Yes. $95. Should we go Queen H6 check, by the way, here? Because if I take, I'm worried of some discover, like knight. I don't know, knight G8 works. Knight. No, knight G8. Queen H2, and then he has mate and the queen. So maybe knight H5. Knight H5, and now we got some trouble. Yeah. Okay, we can't take the knight. Can we take the queen? Check first. Okay, that makes sense. Check first. And now takes. But what about rook h8 though? Or takes and rook h8. Takes. Queen takes h8. What I'm talking about. Okay. King f7. Only move. But what about rook h8 here? Okay, this happened. It's happening. Wolf, try to find, power to remember what he taught you, and to continue to spread joy in the game. He was very passionate about history too, chess history. So if you are not, you'll always remember him by continuing to develop your knowledge about the classics or history, just history. I don't know your level, but I know that was something that he was very passionate about. One camp that he taught, he would usually, I don't know how he was with his private students, but one camp that Dania taught, he would give them these positions that kids had to like solve and figure out and stuff, but he would also give them this quiz with a word. I really love that idea. Maybe I'll try implementing it in my teachings as a remembrance of him. It was a very creative way of making sure kids got to know more about history, you know, if they didn't know, because like they would have to figure out the word, right? So they were like, I don't know, a word composed of, I don't know, like 9 letters, let's say. So there are 9 questions, and each answer for each question, like, it was one word answer, right? And first letter they would make a word. Like once it was Capablanca, I think, and once I don't know, you know. So you had to know the correct answer for those. It was really cool. You live in Charlotte. Oh, okay. So are you playing in the Alto or? Yeah, he was always at the chess center. Yeah. I don't. Maybe you're not 21, or maybe you are. But if you are, I know the Alto is taking place this weekend. This position is tricky. Wait, can we? I don't know if I want to take an H8 and go for that endgame. There's a lot of pawns hanging that could help white, potentially, I guess. This could work. That could work. Okay. Durabek is trying to play for a win here, like he was. Finally, we'll see the bishop being traded, I think. I think it's happening. I see the queen, the rook in h8, bishop in f8. I mean, this must be the reason why we're seeing it. The bishop is coming towards h6. Okay, yeah, I figured he might keep the queens on the board, but now they're blitzing. They're move 21, about 5 minutes each. They have to reach move 40 to get an additional 30 minutes. Are they gonna be able to do that, is the question. Okay. How good is it to get rid of that is the question. That knight. Probably white's gonna capture like that, I presume. I don't think this is a good option. I mean, okay, if he captures like this is just totally symmetrical. I mean, rooks get traded, rook goes here, king will go to c2, cover everything, you know. If they take like this, though, they might have some chances, because time-wise they're doing much better. This is move 32, so 8 moves to go, which is, you know, not that much, but still 3 minutes. 30 seconds increment helps, that's for sure. 30 seconds increment helps. He took it the deep pawn, okay. So maybe he's saying I'm okay with the draw, with the trading on all the pieces, because, you know, knight a5 is going to be unpleasant. Okay, so we can capture with the king or knight, and knight a5. Wait. I thought black was gonna give up the queen, or maybe check first. King somewhere and then takes. Now he chose to give it like that. I mean, is there a difference? It doesn't matter about the king, because anyways he cannot castle because there's no more rooks. But does it actually make a difference? That the king is here. Obviously this has to happen. Okay. And he played bishop d6 to avoid the capturing of their pawn. Now, of course, white would love to play e5, but it... I was about to say it doesn't work because of this. What am I missing, no? I was about to say e5 does not work. I was just gonna take it. And then, you know, if they take like this, then we go maybe e5, because now we're actually taking a rook. Now, of course, they can take with the pawn, but then, okay. Nothing is open on that file, at least. We survived that part. We need to find a way to get the bishop freed up. I don't know if f3, king... f2 if we have time for this. Developing the bishop or something of that kind. Here, bishop takes g2. Am I missing something? What's... Bishop g2 takes with the rook or bishop? One of them. I'm not sure. Oh, no bishop g2. Okay. Unexpected moves here. Okay, bishop takes g2 is a scary threat, right? So, okay. That settles it. I think his plan is if takes, and I don't think you have anything if you take with a rook. No checky. And this is a serious threat which you can't deal with. If you take with the bishop, then it's a mate. So, wait, what about rook d5? Rook d5 is a move. Rook d5 is a move. I think this is the game that presents the most interest at the moment, being in time travel and such. Not much are happening in these two games, so we're gonna stick to this for now. Rook d5, he found it. Okay, rook d5, we're starting to take e5. Okay. Okay. I would be scared if I were white. I know I have the queen, but if I don't somehow... I need to defend this pawn. How do we defend this pawn? f4, right? f4, just keep it protected. Do you have time for a6? Probably not, because knight c7, right? Yeah. Okay, so f4. What's black gonna play now after f4? He has to play f4. I don't know what he's thinking about. If you don't protect this and you lose that pawn, then it's tough. Bishop takes g2. This is hanging. You're pinned. There's pressure. Too much to worry about, I think. I'm getting nervous for them. I mean, I'm not even rooting for any one of them. It's just I don't see what else to do, because if you play a move like this, there's bishop a6 probably. So, I mean, I guess after f4 there's bishop a6 anyways. But we can just try to protect it, right? And if he tries to do something like that, then we have to play b4 or something, maybe. And we should be fine. Okay, f4 was played, bishop a6 immediately. Yeah, white has spent too much time to play f4, though. I mean, look, he has 4 minutes 35. And then after... Yeah, it's like 3 minutes. 3 minutes is too much. For only move, you can't lose that much time. I mean, and they're move 26, guys. I'm scared. I'm scared. I believe blunders are coming potentially. Okay, queen f7. And this position also seems like, you know, the best piece to protect a king is the knight against checks from queens and stuff. Like, just put your knight next to the king and there's no checks, no nothing. I mean... This is a move 36, okay. He's gonna make it to move 40. But this one... Okay. So he played a4 to protect, okay, g5. He's trying to undermine the protector. The protector of e5. Okay, we can just play g3. Takes. I don't see any harm in protecting the threat. You know, we should always be mindful about what the opponent wants to do and just make sure. Oh, b4. Okay, b4 looks nice too, I guess. b4. Bishop b6, presumably. Because where else? He has to protect c7. I'm not liking this. White is too entangled here. He doesn't have a way to activate the queen. He would, you know, he would have loved to play queen b4 and enter there. Actually, instead of b4, oh no, he just never had the chance. And he doesn't have time for a5 because obviously this is GG. And he's stuck here. He cannot untangle himself. It's just difficult to find. Yeah, g3. I suggested this move earlier. You know, to recapture with the pawn and try to hold on to the position there. They're still thinking here. I mean, they have plenty of time. There's no rush. The most rush is in this position. So we're gonna stay with it. If you guys have thoughts or something, please do let me know. What do you guys think will be the result of this game? That's what I'd love to know. This is an interesting choice. He's trying to get there, but are we gonna see a repetition like this? Because this could happen here. He's trying to avoid a draw, but does he think he can play for a win? I'm not so sure, though. Wait. Did he finally manage to bring something to the game? To the entrance of the queen to g6? This is changing. This is changing things. Okay, this game ended in a draw. Okay. And Black would have played on, but I guess, you know, they agreed on a draw. This game could potentially end in a draw as well, but this is the big one. This is the big one, as White made something out of nothing. Are you serious? Why did he let him do that? Couldn't he just go here or something? I mean, this would have been like a cute move you can take as you're pinned. If you go back, I don't know. I mean, there's have to be some perpetual here, I feel like. G takes f4, queen e4, not taking back. No, 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 not happening. Rook h6 was played to stop. If queen h, oops. If queen g6 is played, it's like game over. It's mate. So rook h6 to stop queen g6, but now g4, g5 or takes. He played takes. And now with no checks, no nothing. Ow. Ouch. This is an unexpected result if White wins this. I was not bidding on this. Okay. It shows 0-0, so he either lost on time or we're gonna see an additional time. Should have maybe some move was played. No, this one likely will finish in a draw. Okay, Andrew has made a move. What did he play? Bishop b7. Bishop, but what's this? What's this? Isn't this a free rook? Well, bishop? Some fish? I guess he didn't want to go for this. Am I getting mated here? No, but... How do we get this queen to... Oh! Backwards moves! Those are the ones that we lose because we don't see them. And if you go here, and if you go there, to stop queen g7 because that was mate. 94, 95. Oh la la. Knight c3, but he didn't play, he played f5. Okay, f5, rook h1, check. Where do you hide? To c3 probably. King d2, king c3, no checkies. Right. There's rook c5 check queen though. Here, here, here. Here. What do I do? What to do? Wait, I'm losing the queen. Do I get enough pieces? Maybe I get... Hey, maybe I get enough pieces. Takes, takes, takes. Takes. No, then he takes here too. Takes. Maybe this? Nah. So wait. Queen c4. No, that's... Okay, so wait. This. Can I take? Can I take here? You take. Now, which one of these two? Well, I think I take here because when you go rook h8, check. Bam. Boom. GG. Oh, he went king e2. Never mind. Not king d2. I was just trying to find a hiding spot if I... Oh, never mind. He went back. Okay, they got an extra move and an extra... Wait, why is the third... Why has... What? Why have the 30 minutes been added? No, that's wrong. Make a move or you're gonna lose on time. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What is happening, my friends? There's no 30 minutes added here. Let's hope they didn't get added, because if they did, why lost on time? He didn't reach 140. He needs to play. Okay, moves are being made, so maybe, I don't know why the time was added. If he had lost on time, I'm sure his opponent would have claimed it, or the arbiter. So he decided to go to c2 here. Okay, so what does he want to do? He has to take the rook. I mean, this is the only chance. I just don't understand why he didn't want to have the king here. Maybe he was worried about the check there. Okay, just take it. Just take it, mister. Take it. Takes your queen. And now, ladies and gentlemen... Well, but now you can't take it. He takes your check. Ah! That's why the king was supposed to be in c3. Ah, but now we can take here because we attack, and then... No, because then he checks us. Okay, well... We missed a lot of the action here. So they have made their moves. Here, here. Uh-huh. Okay, so now the time was added. This is correct. This game can last another hour or so, potentially. We don't know. What? Why does it say 0-1? What? I'm confused. I'm asking. I'm asking what's going on here. I'm a bit confused. I'm very confused why it says he lost, unless he lost on time. Unless after this move he lost on time. What? No way! Oh my goodness. Molnar lost on time. They probably analyzed on the board and that's why the extra moves were coming in. Oh my god. I feel for him. I feel for him. He had, I mean, it was a messy position, but like, I didn't think he would lose. I guess the game was over here. This is where the game finished, actually, on this move, it seems like. He couldn't find his... I mean, he could have just gone back and forth, no? Oh, this is sad. Must have tried to calculate too much where he can hide with the king and didn't realize he can just go back and forth. And I must have seen something that was panicking him. And oh, and don't get me wrong, like I'm not rooting for any of them. I just feel like JJ, hey, how are you doing? He flagged. Yeah, I just got confirmation. He flagged after Rook H1. JJ, are you streaming on this account too? Shout out to JJ. If he's streaming, I don't know. He might be, potentially. Oh my goodness, this is sad. Makes me sad. For the game, again, like I'm not rooting for any of the players. I have no... Oh, man. But this was such an interesting position, really. I mean, there's a lot of pieces hanging. Like, is too much is hanging. Too much. So this is what I was saying, right? Go to the king here, and, you know, only check that I can see is this one, right? I mean, and we just sack, but in this position, there's no checks or anything. Unless, no, this check, bishop, queen b4, right? Queen b4 seems fine. Trade, and yeah. Sad, 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 sad. Well, this is life, guys. This is chess. This is chess. You fight hard to get a position. Good position, but you spend too much time, and then one moment of not paying attention, and then it's all gone. It is all gone. So this is the last remaining game of the tournament. Here, I don't know. Of this round, not of the tournament. This is only round 5. So if you're wondering what the standings are at the moment, we have 2 players with 4 points out of 5. Those are Grandmaster Max Delugi and Alexander Lenderman. Both of them are on 4. And then we have 3 players with 3 points out of 5. Those are Grandmasters Andrew Tang, Durabek, Kamrakulov, and Mark Maragua. And 2 players with 2.5, Alexander Strapolsky and Oliver Barbosa. And then, okay, we're still waiting on this game. Alexander Strapolsky could go on 3 or 3.5 if he wins. I don't think this is a winnable game. Black's Knight is not very well placed, but it's not something that would expect to lose. Knight g3, okay. We need to go home sweet home, and I don't think you can capture here. Rook h6, king g... you don't have time. Sorry. I don't know why I thought the king can go to g4. I'm getting tired. Apologies for that. Knight, maybe knight g3. Yeah. And then we take. I mean, this is reminiscent of a few rounds ago, Alexander Lenderman trying to win. Same color bishops, but okay, this is with knights, and white's rook is stuck in b2. You can't even play b4 because this is hanging. You just have to go king e6. What are you thinking about, mister? Please play king e6. So we had 2 decisive results, totally unexpected in my opinion. So Andrew Tang won against Mackenzie Molnar, and then Alex Lenderman won against John Fedorovich. As in this position, there's no way to save the pawn in a6. So after bishop e1, saving the bishop pair and saving that pawn, black resigned. 2 decisive games. This one is still playing. Do you think white can try and... I mean, if we had time to bring the knight to g5, maybe I would say, okay, we have some idea to improve, but I don't know. '94. I guess we also have this idea to go knight d2, protect the pawns, and try to free up the rook. Since black doesn't have any improvement with his rook either. Though that will allow the king to return potentially to f5. So like here. But then we can bring our knight too, you know. Yeah, no. If you're trying to play for a win with white here, would you... No, you can't sack that pawn. I mean, after this move, yeah, you might want something like that, but it's not. It's not happening, I don't think. You can go rook d2, right? Could we try to play here? Okay, this is getting annoying because if you play a5, I go for this pawn. This is the idea that it's easy to forget. Rook d2. '94 was played. So white is trying to play for a win. Probably he's trying to take advantage of his extra time, you know? And I don't see how we stop rook h7. I'm just like puzzled. I'm puzzled by this position. How do we stop rook h7? It's not so easy. Just love her. Hey. Stuart Rachels is playing in Charlotte. Yeah, I think I've seen a lot of names. Jacob Ackard is playing in Charlotte, which I was surprised. I didn't know he still wanted to play. Maybe he might have some camp or something. b5. If white takes, we can open the rook. Wait, what? You want to do that? Oh, that takes forever. Okay, I'll take just to prove a point. Okay, and then how do you get the rook to a2? I don't think you get it. Yeah. Yeah, okay, rook b6. I mean, you gotta be careful not to get mated here. Because, you know, if you move the rook from 6th rank, I might bring mine. So, like, we could try this, and I think this just mates. I mean, okay, maybe you have a better move, but I will play that almost regardless of what you play. It's not... No, you can't do it. It's a nice idea. I'll give you thumbs up for creativity. But no, that was the first idea I saw. Like, as soon as I played '94, like, I knew that I mean, okay. It's wishful thinking, of course, at the beginning. You can't expect that that's actually gonna happen, but yeah. Knight c1, maybe? Oh, sorry. In that line. I was just wondering, like, if we free up the rook, it's just knight c1 to go knight d3, huh? Yeah, if I take, you go knight d3 and knight f4. And if I go for this... Oh, wait, you go knight d3, knight f4, and you're protected. Yeah, okay, I have to take an a7. And you still go here. Okay, maybe this is salvageable. I mean, it should be equal. The position should be equal. I'm just being tough. Oh, you were talking... Well, black was getting checkmated anyways there. Or traded the rook, because if I have a pawn in b5, rook a6 happened anyway. Yeah, this is... Oh, he chose to go king d7, okay. Maybe he just didn't want that rook to be activated. It's hard to predict. Okay, so now I have rook d2 checking c7 probably. Just no activity, okay. Safer. Grandmaster Road has lost 4 games so far, so if he gets a draw on this one, it'll be a nice way to stop the losses. Some tournaments are tougher than others, and if you, no matter how much you train, how much you're ready, you think you're ready for a tournament, you might not be. So it's very important to take time to for things. Okay, rook b1. What's he trying to do? Knight d2, rook g1. Maybe he is going for a draw. Okay, we can just sit and wait, right? Oopsie. King c7 or king d7 and just wait. Just wait and see. Do you guys have any questions about anything? Any? Okay. Where are both sides playing? At their level, it looks dead. I don't know. Grandmaster Alexander Strupunski does have a bit more time, and Grandmaster Rhodes hasn't had a good tournament. He's lost all of his games, so that could be potentially one reason why. But other reasons, yeah, I couldn't tell you exactly. Like, maybe he's trying to find some way to win. It's not easy. They might repeat now if King E6 is played. It might just be repetition. There's not much to do that I can see here anymore. You got any tournaments on your list? No, I got no tournaments at this point. I haven't decided what I'm gonna do. Thanksgiving Open next weekend. But Thanksgiving, wait. How's Thanksgiving next weekend? I thought Thanksgiving is like 24 of November or whatever. Wait, what? How can this 28, right? 27, 28? Are you looking at the right month? I was, Jaren. I was commenting on that game, but that game is over. Grandmaster Mackenzie Molnar lost on time. He lost on time in a winning-ish position. I was commentating on it. Yeah, I thought it was interesting, very interesting, active attacking game. But this is where it ended. I mean, I saw more moves coming, so I guess maybe they were analyzing the game, and I kept seeing time being added and stuff. But yeah, unfortunately, for Mac, he lost on time in that position. That was kind of winning. Okay, I thought everyone is doing Thanksgiving during Thanksgiving, but okay, I see your point. I see your point. What were my thoughts on the game, besides what I already mentioned? I thought Mac had a very interesting opening idea playing h4 here. He waited. No, he flagged at move 33. There are extra moves that were added, but the flag was happened at move 33. So Mag had a very interesting idea here to play h4, and then after h6 he responded with knight g5, which I thought, okay, looked kind of cool, but I didn't think black was gonna take. But Andrew did take it and defended valiantly for a while. I didn't quite see something super concrete for white ever, really, but the moves seemed natural to bring in pieces for the attack, so white certainly had compensation for the piece given away. And then there was this bishop e5, f6. Things got traded off here, and then since Mag didn't really find any follow-up with a mate, the king was running away, and then there wasn't something concrete, obviously. In such situations where you can't find something concrete and you sacrifice material, might as well just get something back so that you kind of equalize things, you know? Wait, what? I don't get your question, Wig. So anyways, knight b5, knight d7, and now queen f4. I was thinking queen g5, but queen f4 proved to be kind of more interesting. And black took, and this is how live commentary for Sabina showed up on this. Took me out. Sorry, we're back. I know I'm doing live commentary, Lichess. You don't need to remind me. So anyways, it disappeared. I was around here, right? So anyways, then this was a moment where I thought black should take in d1 first and then in h1, because it was coming in with tempo. So like it was deflecting the king and then coming in with tempo, and then the other could come in. But I guess maybe here this was an issue. And then for improvement, maybe we could give this check first to see where the king goes. Or I don't know. That was my thinking process. But I guess rook h1 was played. It was about the same. And I was worried about when Mac played at e5 here, both players were quite low on time. When Mac played e5, I thought it was a mistake because it allowed bishop takes g2, and black was getting a lot of counterplay on white's king. But and I was suggesting like just retreating with the queen, or just take the bishop, actually. Just take it, and then, you know, pawn takes had to be played, because if rook takes now, we go e5, which comes in with tempo to the rook, and this is different. But here things seemed back to normal, you know. What about rook d? That's, I just showed that turn. The position was fine until Andrew blundered. He blundered really badly here with the capture. I think he totally missed queen e4. But here, if he takes or something, if he takes and then some rook d4. Actually, I was not suggesting bishop e5. I was suggesting rook d4. Just kind of hold on to the position here and maybe just try to give perpetual. I think this is the right kind of decision for black. But g takes f4 allowed this very strong queen e4, which Mac found relatively fast. And after rook h6, he took, and now he should be winning. The material imbalance that they have here is definitely much better for white. Of course, there's f5, this is an option. And he played it here. I don't know if he flagged when playing f5, or when he, I don't, after black made the move, it says on move 33. But the thing is that now there's no win for black. Obviously, rook h1 is kind of fancy because you can't take because of this, discover check queen. So you're actually losing. So I was looking at this line where white hides in c3, hides away from horizontal checks. And of course, rook c5 looks very scary because suddenly, he's losing the queen. But he can actually afford to give it up because now the bishop is hanging, this is hanging, and those pawns are hanging. Too many hanging pieces that eventually would allow white to actually win this. So I saw some more moves being made, and I presume that they were just trying to repeat a few times to get extra time, and then he was going to go to c3. But then the 30 minutes were added, and I didn't know what happened, and then I found out that that is what happened. He lost on time on this move, which is tough, I would say. I mean, it was definitely one of his best games from the tournament so far. Max best games. I was impressed with Andrew's defense until a while, but yeah, g takes f4. But okay, they were both really long time, so it's really hard to say, okay, you blundered in this position. Okay, they didn't have the time, so that's a problem. That is a big problem. And now back to this one. Nothing has changed since we left off. No worries, Jern. Yeah, stuff. Do you know Mac? Are you friends with him or? Sure, of course. Both players are very nice, Mac and Andrew. So it's one's unfortune, one's bad luck, one's fortune. This is how life is. So white has finally decided to let go of the pawn in b3 and try to go for this one and create some imbalance and try to get this. Maybe knight d2, take with the knight or with the rook. Knight. I like knight, I don't know. But maybe rook is better because this comes in with tempo. Black can try to play... no, but king e6, knight takes h5. Or f4 even. Okay, so you kind of have... you have two options, I guess, here. Try to protect like that or take. What's he gonna choose? He can't spend that much time because now that's it. The time remaining is the time remaining. No additional time added. You're not a strong player? No worries. Yeah, maybe you can check in on him. Although I don't know how some people, react when they're not doing well. He's gonna sweep the rest of the games. That's the spirit. That's the spirit. I like how you think. Make sure you let him know about that. It's good to get a little bit of positive vibe when you lose. I think. I don't know if every player likes that. Rook takes e5. Thanks for following, though. I appreciate you guys. Trying to get those numbers a bit higher, if possible. Considering that I'll be streaming more now that I'm back home in the US. No travels planned. If I do, it will be streaming on US Chess Twitch channel. If I'm not streaming on mine. Rook takes e5. Okay, then we have to see knight d2 or knight c1. One of those two moves has to happen. Because you need to go grab some of these pawns. You can't. You're losing that one too, so if you win one of these, then you try to get the other one and actually create some counter chances for yourself. Knight c1 is actually an idea I just saw now, because originally I was going to go knight d2, right, to take that c4 pawn. But if you go knight c1, you're kind of making them capture with the rook, and then knight d3 check, he goes, you know, if he goes here, maybe we can actually just trade, right? And he doesn't have the opportunity to go king g2. So maybe this is actually a better. Nice c1, good job, good find, Mr. Road. He found it. Knight c1. I'm rooting for him because, you know, he started so tough with 4 losses, so I'm rooting for him to get a draw in this one. Although I said I'm not rooting for anyone, so I don't know. I don't know. With Sabina, I guess you never know. You never know what's in store, what kind of mood you find her in. On stream, it's always gonna be something decent, or else you wouldn't see me here. I keep my bad mood to myself. Knight c1, very, very nice find. You know, a few years back, I've seen Grandmaster Road playing in some tournaments. I think we were competing in the same ones, and he was playing a lot of these long games and games, outplaying his opponents. So it's nice to see that. I mean, I hope he gets to do well in this one. Miss part of what I said. I said make sure you check in with Mac and let him know you're thinking of him and that, you know, wish him well or something. Most people like to get some kind of positive reinforcement, or not positive. That's something completely different, Sabina. some positivity in their lives, especially these days. Things are tough. Yeah, I know he doesn't play that much. I think he's been coaching a lot. I don't know if you're his friend or student, but I thought he was coaching more. So maybe, sometimes when you coach more than you play, it's harder. But he used to enter time trouble. Like most tournaments I've seen him in, he was often in time trouble. So um, I don't know. Okay. Bla uh, Alexander Srpulski did not go for the pawn. It's like, no, I'm not letting you grab my c pawn. Okay, that makes sense. But if we think about it, I mean, rook d6. Can we afford to trade rooks? Oh no, here he comes back to defend and he traps my knight. Okay, I need to show you guys this so that you don't fall for something so silly like I did. This kind of idea traps a knight. Don't do it. Okay, but maybe I can give knight here and then king somewhere. And then knight here. And I think this should be a draw. I mean, you don't need to force things. Maybe you can do this and they take. Actually, we can go to h6. This saves a lot of time and a lot of calculation. Just give the h-pawn for the h-pawn, just trade. So he played h6. Okay, that makes sense. Because now, in case of a capture, you can go to h6 and trade the pawn back. Yeah. It did look scary, but I think that should be a draw. That should be a draw. Oh, 94. What is this move doing? Oh, he's trying knight g5? Or was he trying to play knight d2? And I don't like this. Update. Did you talk to him or? Okay, that's good to hear. That is good to hear. Well, wish him good luck for the next ones. Whom does he have next, actually? Oh. Oh, it doesn't show me doesn't show me here. Alright, we'll be watching for the comeback. I will be watching for the comeback. I'm just gonna check to see who's his next opponent. If it lets me see. It doesn't. Oh no, it does. Knight g5. Where do we move the king? White wants to get, of course, the rook in, and of course push this pawn forward because okay, he has the passed pawn. Black does not have anything yet. So I don't know. I guess we have to go King of Fate, which I'm not happy with, but it is what it is. We need to go for that. It is the only way. You play King of Fate. So what about F4? Knight D2? F5? Rook D6. Only move Rook F6 allows Knight H7. This is just a check. Okay, if that works, then I think we're set. This is fine, then. We can go for this. Knight traveling to A8? Nah. What? You want to do this? Okay, but I'm first. I'm first. Feel free to go there. I'll be gladly capturing and protecting. No, he doesn't have time to do that. F-pawn push and support is kind of what White can try to do to outplay his opponent here. That's kind of the only way that I see things going. Taking A6 here. Then you stay with the knight in A6, which does not look like a good, does not look like a happy piece. It's an unhappy knight on the edge. I wish there was a way to try. No more double pawns, yeah, but then I do have B5 potentially later. Or I'll go knight B2 to grab this one too. I guess you have A5. As long as your knight doesn't get trapped, maybe you can. But yeah, it's not easy. What I'm thinking that White could do is just go like a rook here or king here to try to stop the knight from going to D2. But then of course we also have knight A5, so and we don't have time for this because of the check. So that's something to keep in mind. Well, black has managed to kind of hold on to the position and not lose the h pawn. That is a success, I would say. Not losing the h pawn, because if you lose the h pawn, then there are issues. But you don't lose the h pawn, then you're good, right? This game will come to either a draw soon, or time drop trouble is, or it's not even time trouble. It's like, you know, bullet time will affect some people. We can be sure of that. Someone. I don't know why I call it bullet time, but basically, like, it's just. Maybe fork 96, knight f4, 96, knight f4. Yeah, but White's rook is great, but it does nothing. It's it doesn't attack anything. You want to go here to attack that? Okay, then you're freeing up the square. This is the reason why he went back to e2, to control the square. Now the knight comes back and grabs the pawn, and you take an h5 trades, and then you lose that pawn. So you don't really have the ability to improve that easily with white. I wonder if earlier he could have played f4, like maybe somewhere around here after knight b3. Because with the knight here, we're controlling, like, the rook could slide over to g3, and it also was controlling here, so knight c1 stuff wasn't working. Of course, there was this move, but maybe f5. So this was just one moment that I was thinking maybe white could have actually missed some opportunity. Because now, how I keep you on mate-ish? So now I'm turning rook d7. Now this is a different story, maybe if he had played f4. But here it's harder, right? Because now my knight is coming and is gonna grab some of those pawns, and it's not easy. Okay, so king e7, right? Just king e7. Hold on. Don't let him get activated. No matter, I mean, it doesn't matter that he played a6, you should not let the rook on d7 or d8, I think. Because then it comes either to h8 and grab this pawn, although that might take a while, but he can just go to b8 or a8 and grab one of your pawns on the other side, and that's not fun. Okay, Grandmaster Road cannot waste that much time. It's just King E7 is normal. There's no threat. What am I missing? Is he just trying to calculate knight a5? But I mean, why would he even try to consider allowing this rook active? I don't know. I wouldn't let it. I wouldn't let it just King E7. Just, keep them away, out of harm's way. No. Maybe, yeah, he played it, but 2 minutes and a half. I feel like, next time I'm gonna go to this, no, I'm kidding. Um, I think the reason sometimes people say that chess commentary might not be as fun as other sports. You can't tell, you can't be positive towards the players. Just like, hey, come on, play faster. Not give them advice on what to play. Of course, that's terrible. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm just like, come on, how dare you? Just do it. What are you thinking about? Hey, are you sleeping? What are you, you can think about dinner later. Right now, it's time to think about chess, you know. Um, Chess is the only way. The only option you're getting. But no, I mean that would be kind of interesting. I think that's what they're trying to get with the esports. I don't know how it's really worked. That they had this event that took place in Texas. I haven't had the chance to ask many questions. My friend has been there and had a bit of you know experience with it and such, but it would be interesting to know, like, come on, this just no moves, no moves, just kind of reminding people where they are. I hope Grandmaster Road doesn't hear me. He might not be happy that I'm telling him to play faster. He might say, Sabina, you tell me to play faster, you come here, you play. Let's see how fast you play. It's it's a trade-off. You trade off playing for being a commentator, and sometimes, you forget how it is to play. And when you're a player, you forget how it is to be a commentator and have, not much happening on the board and having to come up with stories to make things interesting for the audience. So, I guess it's tricky. It's tricky in what we expect to see, but yeah. All right, f4 has been played. Knight a5 we're expecting. Come on, Grandmaster Road. Let's go. Awesome. Spinlock GG. Yeah, I mean, I wasn't aware of it until I was contacted by the organizers to comment on the event, so I'm forever grateful. I'm learning new things. History is something that I'm passionate about, just history. More recently, I wasn't as passionate when I was a kid and my dad was telling me all these stories. And when you become an adult and you start doing different things, you don't really have time to read as much, which is very bad. So if you can make time, if you highly recommend to read more about chess history. You're gonna learn so many interesting stories. But yeah, 140 years since they started, 1885 to 2025, 140 years of history in New Jersey, with of course, the most influential person, I guess, that's started a lot of things was the first world chess champion, Wilhelm Steinitz, who moved from Austrian Empire, technically, to the United States and found its home in New Jersey. And then, of course, a lot of other strong players have come by there, and they organize like state championships. I think they have their next tournament is in November. It's gonna be a K through 12 championship. If anyone whose youth is listening to this stream, or if you know someone who is in that K through 12, let them know about the event to check it out and register. And then of course the amateur team. East, they've been organizing them for years in Princeton. It's a beautiful location. I understand. Well, I think it's Princeton. I'm not 100% sure actually. I should check the location. But yeah. So if you're in the area, definitely, look for that tournament. That one takes place in February. You can always make a team, and yeah. Steinitz lived in Montclair, where Mac grew up. Mac grew up in Montclair. Oh, I didn't know that. Okay. Do I have chess history books recommendations? Well, definitely a lot of people, recommended Kasparov's My Great Predecessors, for sure. You can read a lot of stories, but there are specific books by the players in it's a collection of different books. I don't know who the publisher is. But there's a website. There's a website you can check. What's it called? Let me find it, and I'll give you guys the. By Edward Winter. So you don't even need to get a book. You can just go on chesshistory.com, and Edward Winter has been publishing a lot of historical stories, correspondence games, chesshistory.com. Book-wise, if you want like specific book besides Kasparov's books, like I said, they're of course a famous one, okay, but doesn't tell you all the history, would be Zurich 1953. But no, you should find some stuff about each individual, like Lasker, Alekhine. Yeah, I'm not the best at it, other than that one. I have a few friends who know a lot about history, and oftentimes I ask for stories, and then they tell me the stories. But then on that website, you definitely will find a lot. Parsippany, okay, sorry. So in Princeton, they had a Pan American then, so I'm confusing the two. My bad, apologies. Thanks for correcting me. Yeah. So, okay. So CCA tournament is running. Yeah, because this morning I was doing commentary with with the international master Nico Chisen. He's been very kind to join for about 2 hours, and I asked him if he can stay till the end of the round, and he told me yes. And then thankfully I asked him if he got tired, and then when we were on a break, he's like, Sabina, by the way, I was gonna go play this tournament this weekend. And I was like, oh, okay. Why didn't you say anything? I think he was just feeling too shy to say that he had to leave, which I thought was kind of funny, but hopefully yeah, that should be a good tournament as well, yeah. Yeah, of course, Spinlock. I hope it's helpful. Okay. King f8, only move. Don't spend too much time. King f8. King f8, only move, I think. To Yeah, anywhere else, you know, like if you go here, I think I I don't know what I'll do, but I think you should go on F8. King F8. Come on. Maybe he's still deciding F8 or D7. He's not sure. He went to F8 94, rook E6, okay. Okay. Are we gonna see F6 or knight G3? Knight G3 allows the trade of the rooks, and if you're not sure of winning the knight endgame, you're giving up the opportunity to try to play for a win, I think. But also F6 is not... Because maybe I can just go King F7 and just, I think, right? You don't have a check rook or anything. Yeah, should be good to go. Should be good to go. Okay, they traded. Okay, now this pawn is hanging. So black needs to rush to either try to create a passed pawn, which actually I think they can with this move. Because, yeah, the king is close now. Knight a5 doesn't help, so b5. Let's go b5. Takes, takes. b5 takes, 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 takes. And then, oopsie, this trade, trade, trade. Move the knight. Okay, this should be a draw. This will be a draw. But b5, it has to be played. We don't have time to create a passed pawn. I mean, it would be nice if we had time for this, but I don't think we do, because king here. And now if you try to do that, I think white's pawn might be faster. Hi, Simon Lee. Yes, unfortunately, the loss of Dania is very... it was very tragic, and it's hard to really talk about it. I was not that close to him, but every time I had a conversation, he was one of the nicest people to talk to and listen, and always had good things to say about everyone, you know. I think someone was telling me he was commenting on my games at some point, and I think they were saying that I was not doing very well, but he was saying something nice about me. I don't know if it was like rating goes away, but class stays or something. Something with class. I don't know. He basically said that I had class, which which is probably the most, the best compliment you could get from someone like him. So, I wasn't listening. I was playing a game and I was losing, but you know, that's what I remember that my friend said that he said about me. So it was definitely it meant a lot. I never told him that I heard he said that, when I met him in person, but um yeah, it it's it's heartbreaking. It's unreal, like when I first heard it, I had just woken up and I got a message from a friend who told me the news, and I just couldn't believe it. We all have to try to be better, more understanding. I don't know, guys. Let's not talk about how it happened. I think more important is or what happened. I don't know, and I would rather not talk about that. I think what's more important is to try to preserve his legacy and do good to support chess, to support the beauty of chess. I think that's probably what he loved the most about it. It's every time I had the privilege of seeing him, he was always so excited to talk about chess or share a chess story or play some blitz or bullet, whatever free time I saw he had, it was that. So I think, that's more important to talk about. You know, we all are going through things, we are all struggling in a way or another, and whatever toughness we go through, sometimes um we don't let it out, and it's hard for others to see or help us, or and that's why it's important to be kind to one another more, I think, more than anything. So he didn't play b4. I'm surprised he didn't go b4. Why didn't he play b4? Was he worried about this? This should be fine, deflecting the king, grabbing this, and he should have sufficient time to grab the pawn. I guess he wanted to be closer to the f pawn. I mean, b4 seems like a natural move to me, unless he wants to go knight a5 first, control c4. But I mean, it should be the same. The trade of these pawns has to happen. Okay. I guess he just wants to make sure he's gonna grab this pawn with the king as soon as possible. If h5, he might do this to keep both pawns attacked. And then if they are attacked, then, you know, it should be helpful. Why you didn't play before? Wait, is this king and pawn? No, this is a draw. This is a draw, right? Yeah, because he doesn't have time to do that. I thought he had time to put the pawn in h6, but he doesn't. Thankfully for him, he gets there. Okay. All right, knight d2. I really thought that. Okay, so if he goes h5, b4, takes, can he? No, he can't. But h6, b3. Wait a second, knight h5? Oh my god, did he blunder? No. This is lost. Check. Queen. And mate in 3. Oh, come on. No. No. This is sad. This makes me sad. h5 was played. Oh my goodness. Knight end games. I think this is game over. h6, h7, h6, knight h5, h7. So he has to go king g7, but I don't think it's gonna work because king g7 only move. He has no time. Nah. No, this thing happened. Okay, now it's lost. I'm sure Grandmaster Straponski has seen it. Oh my god. No. No. He fought so well. I was so ready to call it a draw. I was so ready. It was... sad. This is sad. Nothing to do. I mean, he can try king f7, I guess, but, knight h... Wait, knight h5, king g8, f6 or something. And then just push one of the pawns. This one maybe to try to mate him. God, this is devastating. It's gotta hurt. Other games, okay, he was low on time, he blundered. This one he played so good, he defended well, you know, he fought hard. He was just, I don't understand why he brought the king. The king was perfectly fine there. There was no necessity to bring the king. Just trade the pawns first. Just trade it first. Okay, king f7 was played, but... Okay, knight h5 is game over. Actually, knight e4 wins too, I think. Knight e4 just trades knights. Because, you know, now these pawns cannot be captured, right? And we're in the box. Actually, this is the box of that pawn. And we're in the box, so we just go grab it. And he cannot take here because that advances, and he can't get in front of those. Because we play f6 and GG. I feel bad. And knight h5. It's not a difficult move to find, you know, you can't say, oh, I blunder, maybe he'll blunder too. No, he's not gonna blunder. I think, first of all, Grandmaster Sikorsky is pretty good with endgames. I think that's, you know, one thing he's good with. Yeah. This is bad. This is bad. Oh my goodness. Okay, I mean, my line is happening. King takes f7, GG. No stalemate possible, nothing. I mean, you can't even hope for a stalemate, and that's the sad thing about the situation. Well, guys, what did you learn from this game? Life is unfair. And so is chess sometimes. So is chess. Again, big blunder here on move. Big blunder on move 6392. Just b4. Trade the pawns first. Don't you worry, there's no... Also, bringing the king, like, was not necessary, I guess, but, you know. You know, you have an extra pawn, you're gonna support it with the knight, this other knight comes in, and that's it. But here is just... Okay. It's over. Squirrely, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had a great stream. Long time no see. This is a very sad finish to a nice game. Very hard fought game, this one. Very hard fought. Thanks, Squirrely. Okay. It's hard to resign, you know, when you play such a good game and you were, you know, holding and holding and holding to blunder at the end. But you know what? You know what? It is a game. You gotta let it go. Tomorrow is gonna be another day. Another day, another game, and you have to let it go. That's how it works in chess, you know. It's it is what it is. I think the game is over, right? There's no more. Oh no, he's still thinking. Okay. I mean, it's mate. I don't know what's the fastest way, but it will be a mate. Ah, maybe he's thinking. Maybe he was thinking that, you know, white cannot grab the pawn and he'll promote. But the problem is, yeah, this is a mate. You promote, check, king g6, and mate. Queen d8 is... seal the deal. So standings wise, talking about how things are gonna look after the result in this game, it's gonna be 2 players with 4 points, as I told you, Grandmaster Max Tolugi and Grandmaster Alexander Linderman, and then we'll have Alexander Stripolsky with 3.5, followed by 3 players with 3 points, Grandmasters Andrew Tang, Durabek, Kamrakulov, and Mark Paragua. Yeah, this was a totally unexpected. Okay, they're playing my line. Totally unexpected finish of this game. I was rooting for Michael to get a draw. He fought very hard, so hopefully he finds the power to come back tomorrow and continue fighting, because, you know, we never give up. That is my slogan that I always like to use. We don't give up no matter what. And yeah, so tomorrow is Saturday, and they're going to be playing 2 more games, 12:30 and 6 p.m. as they did today. I'll be live with commentary of those games. So I certainly hope to see you on stream. Tomorrow is Saturday, so I'm hoping more people will be joining. I hope you had a good time. Wait, what happened? That wasn't played? There must be analyzing or something. Okay. Are they trying to see how many mates there? No. Okay. I'm sure it's mate. I'm sure it's over. There's no way he missed a mate in 2. Right? Anyways, I hope to see you tomorrow at 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time. If you can make it 6 p.m., I hope you'll be there. As for Sunday, the rounds are at 10:30 a.m. And let me double check to make sure. 10:30 a.m. and 4 p.m. So it's going to be an intense weekend. A very nice tournament organized in New Jersey. If you haven't followed the tournament yet, I hope you do so. I'll be making this video available for everyone, and hopefully they'll get posted on YouTube shortly as well. Have a good rest of your night, and I'll try to raid someone to send you to someone after I go off. Bye everyone, thanks for watching, and